All right, all right. We need to talk. Wait. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Stream is looking good. Hey Moira, would you mind taking Sneaky and taking him upstairs and making sure he has food? Thank you. He No, he just wants to get on my desk. Oh yeah, he's over there. Can you also close that curtain? Thank you. It leaks light. Can't have that. All right. How's everyone doing? So I've heard day 2 is easier. Will it be easier for the AIs? I didn't actually think that day 1 was particularly difficult. Maybe that was on me. Now, maybe it's more difficult than usual. Usually the first days are simple. But let's we can jump right into it. I'm just powering up some of this stuff. I got just a little bit of a late start. That's my bad. I was actually meaning to be streaming ahead of time, but some stuff took longer than I expected, as usual. There is a new emote that you can use. So if you're wanting to emote and you're a follower, we have our normal salute that you can do, but we have a new one, and I'm trying to remember what I called it. What did I call it? How do you do emotes? Oh, Russell, you know what? We never actually got to part 2. We only had one AI in one language that actually managed to succeed. Now, I heard complaints that AI should be given 5 stars for that. It didn't error handle, and since we're trying to do real world, it failed to do any type of error handling, which weirdly enough, it did do when using Rust. It did the result and everything and would have not failed on that. So I still think it's a fair 4-star, but if everybody wants it to be 5 stars because it actually worked, I will acquiesce to that. Sad AI, yeah. Do you like the tier that I gave the sad AI? Real world elves firing you into the sky with a trebuchet. I'm trying to judge the AI as if it was a real world problem. And every once in a while you get fired into the sky by a trebuchet. All right, we can do part 2. We can do part 2. And see if that works for we'll see if it works with I mean, the only one that worked was the other thing that I wanted to try was C#. I don't know how well it will work with C#. I know that we only got it to work with JavaScript, and a lot of them made the same mistake with JavaScript, so I'm not sure if it was accidental that Copilot actually worked or not. Okay, so your calculation isn't quite right. It looks like some of the digits are actually spelled out with letters. 1, 2, 3. Oh, gosh. So, I mean, I think the elegant way of doing this would be with a, I don't know how to pronounce them. I call them tries. I think that's how I've heard other people pronounce them. I think the elegant way would be to use one of those on a OTTFSE and 9, or an N. So if you come across one of those, you just pump them through a try and see if. I mean, honestly, if it's only these, you could just put them in an array. That might even actually just be faster. So if you come across it, you just jump through the array. That might be the fastest. That's probably how I would solve this. It's a bad way, don't get me wrong, but you just have to take a slice. It will be needing quantum computing by day 15. All right. So let's get this up and running. This is our notes. Now, up for a thing. Should we give Copilot 5 stars, even though it failed to catch what I would consider a pretty standard error? Would you guys want this to be 5 stars? I'm okay with that. I only did 4 stars because I thought that it was a pretty simple error that other ones actually caught. Minus not. They failed to do the task, but they caught this error. Did they catch the error? It solved it using string replace, but there's a trick to it. It got the right answer. This was its code. I think that this is correct. Now, I've never done the JavaScript, so possibly this was a little foreign to me because I thought that this would return the first one, but it actually returns all the digits, which is cool. And then it just takes that from the array. So this seemed like a really clean solution. Oh, the others in Rust absolutely did deal with the error case. So check this out. They actually return a result and deal with if it's not actually a string. So like this would deal with the error case. It's wrong, as in like it checks just the first and last byte of the array, not the first and last digit of the array. So it's wrong, but it did actually deal with the error case. And I wouldn't have been returning the error case as a static, but like this is fine. Like it actually, I was impressed with the rusting. This is the best Rust I have seen an AI generate for a very long time. It compiled, it worked, it ran, it actually did lifetimey things. I mean, I understand that static string is a static lifetime isn't like, oh wow, it did lifetimes. I get it. This is like the most basic thing you could do, but like it's fine. Like I said, it didn't solve the problem. It just would have handled an empty line at the end of the document. And nothing in the statement didn't say there couldn't be an empty line. I mean, there wasn't an empty line in our data set, but it's getting better because Rust is in the kernel. Possibly. My goodness, the stream has been much better this morning. I can't wait for better internet. I'm so sorry for like the last 2 weeks. My internet has been horrendous. There is a silver lining. There is a silver lining coming. I wish it came before December because I'm going to be streaming a lot in December and well, anyways, okay. So let's see if Copilot can do the second part. Hopefully they don't use AIs to generate the kernel code. All right, let's make sure. Let's get back in here. We're in here. Let's make sure that we don't have anything but Copilot running. So nothing if Kodi is running. And we're going to go ahead and enable completions. Okay. So it should be only seeing this document, so it shouldn't be poisoned by anything else. We do have a strong issue with poisoning. And we'll do it. What is it recommending? Let's read this. You will notice the device repeats the same frequency change list over and over. To calibrate the device, you first need to find the first frequency it reaches twice. This feels like last year's advent of code. I feel like this right here comes from advent of code. One second. I actually need to see if it generates more of this. No. Maybe this was 2 years ago? Maybe this was 2 years ago. And this is why we couldn't use advent of code previously to this, is these were 100% trained on advent of code. So let's try this. Look at this. Part 2. What a wizard. What a wizard. It knows. It's giving me other advent of code. So I actually find this interesting. It understands that this is an advent of code and it wants to do, but it can't put its finger on which advent of code. In the last rounds, you'll remember that they would actually give me the AI would actually give me the second part of the question, of the problem. And that's why we wanted to do it on new ones. So this is an awesome example, but it still understands that this wording, this style is an advent of code. I would almost guarantee you it's because of this. For example, like this is classic advent of code. 100%. This right here is what they do. It's how they word their things. So that's cool to see. That's cool to see. Okay. We'll see. All right. We're going. We're cooking. Uh-oh, I just noticed something. I had Code Whisperer going as well. We've been tainted. I don't think any of this is a problem. I just can't tell you which one generated this masterpiece or all those things. Was it Code Whisperer or Copilot? It seems like Copilot wanted these things. So I'm going to assume that Copilot was the one. I don't think this does the thing. But we'll run it. I don't... let's see. For everything in lines, they're just taking substrings. I don't know what this is doing. I'm guessing this is like is null stuff. Not a number. Yeah. So they're just checking to see if it's not... This isn't going to work. I don't even know what it did. Like, this is wrong, right? Very wrong. We'll run it. So this is what I'd like to ask you guys. This is what I would like to ask you guys. What do you want to see? Obviously, the AIs failed on day one. The AIs have failed on day one. And I thought that they would actually get through a couple. Now, we can skip to day 2, and we can see how they would do on day 2. Actually, can I actually get to day 2 without solving day 1? I don't think I can. Oh, I can. Okay. I can solve this probably fairly quickly. But, question. What would you guys like to see from the rest of it as we explore with AIs? Because I have this time just for exploring with AIs, but they seem to not be up to the challenge at this point. I guess everyone did get a pass on day 1. So we'll just skip to day 2? Okay. This is wrong. Very wrong. That's disappointing. All right. Well, we'll skip to day 2. Let's get it. Let's do it. I'm just going to program. Scott, if you'd like to see Haskell, we'll make Haskell one of the languages. Let's do it. I might have to install it, but that will be okay. And by might, I mean I will have to install it. I haven't touched Haskell since I tried F#. I kind of liked F#. Is that wrong of me? Is that wrong of me? I feel gross by saying that. Like when I say I liked C#. Yeah. We'll obviously do JavaScript. I think the people that will watch the video about this will like to see the JavaScript. There's just a lot of JavaScript people. We'll skip Rust. Although they were pretty good. We'll do Rust if we have time. We want some Haskell for day 2. There'll be an online Haskell playground somewhere. Oh, true. Good point. True. Good point. Haskell playground. Does it have 2 L's? It does have 2 L's. You know what? I'm not even upset because Scott lied to me. Scott lied to me about how many L's Haskell has in it. So, not my fault. Not my fault. I will change it, though. All right. We got JavaScript, Haskell. Let's do C#. We didn't do C#. Why not? C#. All right, we'll try these 3 languages. And we'll try some more if we get the time. So for, let's see, Advent of Code, we're going to take, we have some boilerplate that we can take here for the JavaScript. Or do we? No, we don't. Here's our boilerplate. Just take these. I was going to do this in Vim, but the file management is way easier not. I still think possibly the environments when we're actually doing it might be better. I wasn't able to get it to work last night because I spent a lot of time on that emoji. And that was more important. Next year, hopefully we'll get the Vim environment set up. I'd like to automate a lot of this, so. All right, so let's start with ChatGPT, the last year winner. Let's go. Day 2. We'll start with JavaScript. Or do we want to start with a different language? This is the one I think they have the most chance at. With no further input, I'm going with this one. All right. Let's do it. ChatGPT, don't let us down now. We'll start a new chat so it's not tainted. And we will open up day 2. Do you guys want to read it? I guess you guys already have. Let me read it really quickly. It will help me to look at the code. I like to just try to understand the code the AI writes to see what it's trying to do. It's nice to... All right, you're launched high into the atmosphere from your trebuchet. The apex of your trajectory just barely reaches the surface of the large island floating in the sky. You know what? You always want to go towards these. You gently land on a fluffy pile of leaves. You know what? When I got older and I jumped into a pile of leaves, I realized that they do not have the breaking potential that I thought they did when I was a kid. You need a very big pile of leaves. Very. It's quite cold, but you don't see much snow. An elf runs over to greet you. The elf explains that you've arrived at Snow Island and apologizes for the lack of snow. He'll be happy to explain the situation, but it's a bit of a walk, so you have some time. They don't get very many visitors up here. Would you like to play a game in the meantime? As you walk, the elf shows you a small bag and some cubes, which are either red, green, or blue. Each time you play this game, he will hide a secret number of cubes of each color in the bag. Your goal is to figure out information about the number of cubes. To get the information, once a bag has been loaded with cubes, the elf will reach into the bag, grab a handful of random cubes, show them to you, and then put them back in the bag. He'll do this a few times per game. You'll play several games and record the information from each game, your puzzle input. Each game is listed with its own ID number, like the 11 in game 11, followed by a semicolon separated list of subsets of cubes that are revealed from the bag, like 3 red, 5 green, 4 blue. For example, the record of a few games might look like this. Three blue, 4 red, 1... Wait, there's 2 reds here. Oh, was this like 2 grabs out of the bag? How do you tell which grab was which? Probably the semicolon. Did I miss that? I might have missed that. Okay. In game 1, now don't I need to know the total number of cubes? Because he's just grabbing a random group. All right, next paragraph. In game 1, three sets of cubes are revealed from the bag and then put back again. The first set is 3 blue cubes and 4 red ones. The second set is 1 red cube, 2 green cubes, and 6 blue cubes. The third set is 2 green cubes. The elf would first like to know which games would have been possible if the bag contained only 12 red cubes and 13 green cubes. Oh, okay. In games 1, 2, and 5 would have been possible if the bag had been loaded with that configuration. However, game 3 would have been impossible because at one point the elf showed you 20 red cubes at once. Okay, so this is just... Okay. Okay, this is really straightforward. This is really straightforward. What kind of coffee? So I am currently drinking. They don't sponsor me. I can show you what coffee I drink. So what I'm currently drinking is a little from my norm. There's actually a local person that roasts probably about half my coffee. I roast about a quarter of my coffee, and then another quarter. One second, let me. The other quarter comes from this here, this Atlas Coffee Club. So you get, and that's what I have currently. So you get just some beans from somewhere in the world. You get a bag a month. So I do not roast it inside, Russell. My wife would literally kill me. There would be a suicide. I was going to say suicide murder, but it would just be a murder and she'd just admit to it. So yeah, not even in the garage. So it's zero out there. I better be out there roasting if I want my own coffee. What I want to do is I actually want to do it in the garage and exhaust it out one of the windows in the garage. That's what I want to get set up because I think it would be so much more convenient for me. But yeah. So yeah, that's my coffee regime. I really like the local roaster. The guy here is amazing. I have to be careful when I go because he will talk my ear off. Fantastic guy. I like him. And he just has he has like 2 roasters in the back. He does roast him. It's a strange, he has this bourbon. So he actually gets these beans and puts them in bourbon barrels that he has, and he roasts those. It's not my cup of tea. I'm not an alcohol drinker, but like I think bourbon drinkers would actually love that. Again, not my cup of coffee. But yeah. Mrs. Null is not a coffee drinker. Not at all. Not a coffee drinker, not a coffee enjoyer, not a coffee smeller. She prefers I don't make my coffee in the family areas, which includes the kitchen, which I'm like, that's not really possible. And she makes me brush my teeth a lot. Man, I'm just glad I wasn't a smoker. She can't stand coffee. She's gotten better about the coffee. But yeah, I'm definitely not roasting it. Started with a hot air popcorn maker. Yep, that's the majority. I actually, okay, since we're on the topic, I want this. I want this very badly. You know, when I'm rich and famous, I'll probably get this because what I want to do is I want to program my computer to roast for me. I very much want this. It's super expensive, and thus I don't have it. But I want this. So this would allow me to actually vent. So you can actually hook up a vent to, you can take this end off, and actually vent it through like a pipe, which would allow me to vent it in the garage. This is one reason the hot air popcorn maker doesn't work for that. Now I have something that's slightly better than a hot air popcorn maker because it's actually designed for coffee. It was like $50. But yeah. Coffee smoking. Oh. So yeah, this runs some open source software, and you can actually power it from your computer. I guess this is a great topic. Ads are about to run, so we'll just talk about coffee, and then as soon as the ads are done, we'll jump back to the AI. But I think so. I think that if I got this, I would switch completely to roasting my own coffee. The cool thing is the guy that I go to locally, he'll just sell me the green beans, so I can continue to support him while roasting my own. It comes out roughly to the same price as just getting them from him. But I do like roasting my own. The price is insane. Does it come with an RTX do some machine? The price is insane. Like, Russell, I don't understand why it's so expensive. Like, there's obviously some stuff around heat that it has to do, but it's just an inductive coil. So basically, there's a drum that spins in here, and then there's an induction thing around here that just heats up the drum effectively. And there's some fans and stuff like that go into it, but I don't know why it's this expensive. The thing is, there's just nothing else like this. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're partially right. How many of these do they sell? That's probably another thing, is there's just not a ton of people that would buy these. You know, you need somebody serious enough, but not like professional. This is like one of those prosumer things. It's like my camera is a prosumer. It's maybe not a professional camera, but it's definitely not the camera that most, people walk around London with. So, yep. But right now I have like a little $50 thing that does fairly well. I will not buy it on AliExpress. Thank you. I do not want to burn my home down. Yeah, but thank you. That's a great, a great idea. Okay. I know I said I wasn't doing anything. I'm just setting up the next game. There's only 100. Oh, that's easy. All right. Now you know what? I'm gonna remove the new line just to not trip up the AIs who can't handle errors. Just put it in the fireplace. Now that kind of makes me want to roast beans by fire. It is kind of genius. It is. I kind of don't hate it. Also, you could vent it through the fireplace. Okay, my wife now hates you too. Because I'm sure that it wouldn't make it not smell, our living room not smell a little bit like smoke, but we could vent it right up through the fireplace. I don't dislike this idea at all. Where's all? I'm getting all AliExpress. I'm getting it. Here we go. All right, so I think the biggest thing with this challenge that the AIs are going to have to do is they're going to have to appropriately parse this. That's like the biggest thing. You parse this into a usable thing, and it doesn't matter. This becomes easy. And I think if I guess what they do for like part 2, It's going to have something that there's two possibilities. Part 2 could be that you need to guess how many are in the bag. They give you either some more information or whatnot. But I think parsing this would be the big thing. Once you parsed it, then you're golden. You guys are giving me terrible ideas. All right, so let's give this a shot. Oh, we need to switch to. All right, so day 2, JavaScript. ChatGPT. Are we ready? Is ChatGPT ready? Can you please solve this issue in JavaScript? Okay, so they didn't read it from a file. This is fine. I always forgive that. So this is one thing that I even noticed with ChatGPT's Rust is that I like how it organizes its code better. It tries to break stuff up into functions, whereas everything else does it in like one big while loop or something like this, where like it does a function to check if a game is possible. It does those types of things. This is looking fairly correct. So, we have a target cubes and it's checking like this. This looks correct just as a cursory thing. I didn't check its parsing logic, but the parsing logic's wrong. It didn't get the semicolon. Parsing logic's wrong, but oh, wait. They're splitting the sub. Oh, okay. So they're checking each subset to see if the game. So maybe it's fine. Okay. We'll iterate through each game. Okay, so for each game, it checks each one. Okay, that's fine. My bad. I judged too quickly. This looks like it's possibly correct. Let's give it a run. Let's do it. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to replace this with the actual data. You know what we're going to do? We're going to put this. We'll leave it right there. All right, let's check it. Let's give it a check. All right. Oh, we went into Copilot. We're not doing Copilot, buddy. ChatGPT. Is everyone ready? npm run dev. Are we ready? We're ready. Here it goes. Did I screw it up? I don't. Oh, you know what? I did. This is the test data. I bet you they did the same as this. 12, 13, and 14. Oh, no, it got the right ones here. So it failed. Some of their IDs would be. So let's walk through and see where and how it failed. A lot of the pieces seem to be right. So I want to say that this is maybe at least worth a few points. The high level. So this checking a single role seems to be right. I don't see anything horrible other than JavaScript, obviously. So it takes the input, splits it on new lines. So these are the games. Each game is a new line. Okay, so that's correct. Iterate through each game. For const game of games. I'm not familiar with this language, but that seems right to me. They're going to split the games. Oh, wait. They did it on colon, not semicolon. But then they... Wait. What are they subsets? Okay, this shouldn't have any effect because there's just not a colon. Oh, they're splitting this. I'm sorry. They're fine. They're smarter than me. They got it. They know what they're doing. They're getting the game ID. Fine. I have not tried Lapis. I can give it a try. I'm happy to give it a try. After we're done with the AI stuff, if we have time, I'll hang out. Tomorrow, if I get on early, like I meant to get on early, I mean to actually start these a little bit early and just hang out for a little while people accumulate. I'm happy to try some stuff. Okay, so they're getting the ID, splitting this, so they'll get this and this. Cool. So then they're getting they're splitting on this. They're mapping that with the comma. Okay. Oh, I see what's going wrong here. Oh, they replace game with nothing. I know what's going wrong here. Check this out. They assume that these are in the same order. Red, green, and blue. That's what they're doing. They're not actually checking the word red, green, or blue to see which one it is. I don't know that they show up in the different order, but I think there's a couple problems here. So, yeah, they're assuming red, green, and blue all show up. So, like, I can disprove this right here because this didn't have a red at all. This was blue, red, and then green. They changed the order, and that's what this is not handling. How many points do you guys think that we should give this? Because I think that this was fairly close. I think this is fairly close. The only thing that needs changed out of all of this is here. Here, we would need to actually check the string that's with the number. We need to split on the space and check, it looks like the word always comes after the number. So the first thing is the number, the second thing is the word. How much of a fail is this? Well, that's not very fair because this is JavaScript, so that minute might take a little bit. So I could do this split. Watch this. Okay, start the timer right now. Let's see how fast I can do this. Okay, so we have split this up, and we have this subset here. So what we're going to do is do another split like this. Oh no, they use spaces. Const thing equals this. So we're going to split on space, actually. So the space between the 6 and the whatnot. And then this thing has, the first part is the number, the second part is the thing. So what we can do is do some if statements. If we're just going to assume thing at 1. I'm assuming these are 0 indexed equals red. So okay, it's actually starting. Oh, this is actually. We don't have count though. What is this cube? Uh-oh. Oh, this needs to be cube. Sorry. This needs to be cube. That was my bad. My bad. Not the AIs. Okay, so if it's red, and then we can just copy and paste this for blue, green. Right. Let's do blue, blue, and then this is green, green. What is this counts object? Counts. Ah, yeah. Okay, so we have it here. So then we can just delete this, I think. What is this line doing? Oh. It already was doing part of it. It just never checked the color. Okay, so I'm going to delete mine because it was already doing part of it. What I need to do, I actually just, sorry. What I need to do here is I want to do one thing. Merrick's code. I want to actually remember what my code was when I make this video. Yeah. So their way was maybe a little bit better. Again, not a JavaScript engineer. Sorry. They were doing it. They just dropped the ball. Wait. Am I just wrong? I'm actually wrong here, right? They're handling it because they're putting it in this array and they're saying for the color, which would be the string. They're fine. What's I'm screwing up. I'm screwing up. This code is fine. They're saying for this color, so red, and then they're calling it red. I'm sorry, I'm just not as familiar with this language. For red, and I didn't realize this was them accessing this because I would have thought it was like this. So this was a little weird to me. Or maybe that is the problem because this. Can you access this way? Is this a property? Yeah, this is a property, but this is treating it like an array. Can you treat the property like an array in JavaScript? I don't know this. Is this valid? Okay, you can do this. Okay. So I think this is what was throwing me off here is because I'm not done this. Okay, cool. So you can do this. So then this seems right? Where did it go wrong? I'm in the right place, right? Yeah. Oh, it's the triple equals. We just want to know if they're less than or equal. Right? We want to know if they're less than or equal to the target. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I should have seen that. I should have seen that. It's not the right answer. Your answer is too low. Okay. Okay. So it was still wrong. Red is less than or equal to red. Green is less than or equal to green. Blue is less than or equal to blue. At least it seems to be working. So did we add these games up correctly? These are the possible games. Reduce is going to accumulate the result. Right. So it's passing in a sum and the ID. Okay, so that is the correct thing. That's the previous value, and it's going to add the current value. And the initial value is 0, so this looks right. So they're replacing game with nothing. They need to call trim on this afterwards because there would be a leading 0, but I don't know that that was the issue. Yeah, because they call trim here, so that's fine. Let's see. All right, what am I not seeing here? I feel like this is... Let's do this. We will circle back. Let's take these notes. We'll circle back. I feel like I'm missing something stupid. Well, obviously it also missed something stupid, but you know. Day 2. Ooh, good point. Let's do the test data. Chat. Let's run the test data. Was the test data the same? Yes. 12, 13 green, 14 blue. Yep. Same. Okay. So the sum of their IDs would be 15. And is that the games 1, 2, 5 would have been possible. So we're wrong even here. Because it's saying that the sum of their IDs would be this. Let's log whenever it thinks that there's a possible game. We're not going to do any of this. We're just going to trim the ID. Or we're just going to do the ID like this. Maybe something like this. I don't know how this will come out. Game 1 is possible, 2, 3. It's saying they're all possible. It's saying they're all possible. Okay. Which we know shouldn't be true. Here we have 20 red, and we have 12 red as our target. And we're saying if red is less than the target cubes. Did we split this incorrectly? I don't think so. Oh, I missed this log entirely. Entirely missed this log. That's on me. We knew that it shoot. Oh, I'm doing a bad job today. So let's see. It thinks every game is possible. I hate to just like do this for each one. Interesting. I understand. I understand now. This is a for loop. This is a for loop. We don't get the highest number here. This needs a comparison. So this Merrick's code needs a comparison. And it should just pick the highest number. So if counts dot color not undefined is less than target parseInt dot count. And I know I'm gonna do parseInt twice here. I'm just doing this fast. Then we set it. Else we don't do anything. Oh, you're right. We should just set it, not add it. Oh, holy cow. All right, what does it not like about this? Oh, sorry. There we go. This wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. What I did didn't help it. So, you know what? Oh, I did if less than. I'm sorry. That one was my bad. That one was my bad. That one was my bad. It's still wrong though. It's still wrong. Why is this wrong? Did I save it? I did save it. There's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What did I do wrong? Counts color is greater than. This is count. Okay, const count and color. So we're using the color and seeing if it's greater than What's... No. Oh, I had this the right way around. I had this the right way around. If this is greater than what we already have... Okay. This was right. Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that because this is Oh, you think it's part of the split? Logging counts after the for loops. So you probably meant over here, actually. But so this is interesting. Look at this. 1, 2, and 3 for game 1. We know game 1 had 3, 4, 1. Actually, it is 1, but it's not 3 for... Blue should not be 3. Blue should be 6. It got this one. Also, why did it run so many times? Oh, because it does it for each color. Scroll up and look at this. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. And we had 3, and these were the different games. Oh, I see. No, that's actually split it up, right? There's 3 games. And this is red, green, blue. It got 1 red, which is correct. Blue or green, or no, red isn't correct either. Space. Oh, the beginning space. I see what you're talking about. You think that's screwing it up? Okay. So we can just throw a trim on in here. Does trim do before and after? Let me see what trim does. Leading and trailing. Good. Ask the AI. Okay, so what we need here is to just do trim on these. This is less than fun. That didn't fix that. So we can do... I don't want to print every single one of these. But this should have taken care of that problem, right? I need to trim cube. Cube is just the current string, right? It's just this right here. And we're splitting that. Oh, no. I see. I see. Would be 8. There we go. I think that's fixed it. Good call, Russell. Good call. Let's get the real data in and see if that passes. All right. In light of all of that, what's the score? I feel like got us close. All right, got us close, but not really. Russell is the... Oh. Okay, wait. Did you guys hear Discord pings? I think you guys might have. I need to turn that off. That would be the worst thing, is to hear somebody else's Discord through... I think it was mine, so I'm sorry. I apologize about that, Scott. That's horrible. All right. So 3. Let me look through what we had to do really quickly. We had to, yeah, they were summing instead of scoring. So we had to add the if statement and change this. Sum instead of score, as well as not, they were just going to put the latest one in. They weren't actually checking. Not checking for largest value. Then we also had this where they were checking if it equaled, but wasn't checking the right thing. And then the trim. We had to add the trim. Russell... changed trim to, or added trim. Yeah, this was triple equals down here. So maybe 2.5 stars. I feel like we shouldn't do half stars, so maybe 3 stars. We'll put it as a tentative 3 stars, and then we'll see how everybody else does and see if we need to differ, like, because if other people are doing like a little bit better, but there's people that have done 4 and 5 stars, and so we need the 3 stars, we'll do it. Got close. A few errors. Trim needed added, as well as a few logic errors. The logic errors are probably the bigger. I'm not as upset about the trim as I am about the logic errors. These I would just consider logic errors. A few logic errors around summing the games versus the score and comparing. Okay. Other than that, I mean, it understood what you wanted and got you 3/4 of the way there. The thing that I struggle with, and the thing that I struggle with all of these, is I don't know if me writing this myself would... I think this was faster. So I think that it brought value, but it definitely didn't get rid of my job, even close. Because, you know, if you didn't know how to program, you would never have fixed these things. You would never have understood where, or even how to start debugging them. Even gotten close. All right, let's move on to another one. Which one do we want to see next? Do we want to see Star Coder? Or do we want to, let's see. Copilot, we're not doing tab 9. Code Whisper, which one? Which one do we want to see? 1 star will be quick. Okay, let's do 1 star coder. We also have Coding Llama. You know what? I didn't add that one. Let me add that really quickly. I was impressed with what it did yesterday. Everyone failed yesterday. Everyone, you know those cooking shows? I don't know if you guys watch cooking shows, but and there's usually a round where they don't get eliminated. All of the AIs better be grateful that yesterday was the free round. Because my goodness, was it rough. It was rough. We're going to change tab 9 to Coding Llama. No, Hugging Llama. Hugging Llama. And yes, I do know how to spell llama. Thank you for asking. All right. We're going to do that. Yeah, just to remind us as we're going through. 1 star coder, here we come. All right, this is Hugging Llama. Star Coder Playground. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to take this a little different approach. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this comment here, and then I'm going to actually input a little bit of the code. I'm going to just give it a hint that I want it to start writing code. Last time, it just repeated the request back to us. So I'm going to cheat just a little, and I'm going to be like, hey, actually write code for us. We're just going to give it this part. We're going to give it a little hint. All right. Are we ready? Let's see. Look at that. Giving it just a little bit of code made it actually write more code. If you don't give it code, it just regurgitates. This is horrifying. This code that it has written is horrifying. I feel horrified. Let me try that again. Sorry, I had to up the tokens. Oh, we're getting some throwing of errors. Oh, this is oh my goodness, it's going. Oh, I love the multiple spaces. This is glorious. This hurts my soul just a little. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this hurts my soul just a little. Behold the glory of 1 star coder. All right, we can't disqualify 1 star coder. Even if it works, I'm not sure you can give it 5 points. It can't work. I mean, if this logic works, it still doesn't get 5 points for this. It still doesn't. It still doesn't. Okay. Where is it reading its data in? It just uses this data. Okay, so I think what we'll do is just pretend like it made fake data, like this did. We'll just call this data. I'm giving it a lot of benefits of the doubt. But we're trying. We're trying. This is actually the most code we have seen One Star Coder ever write. Not joking. Most code. It has written us a love sonnet before. Not often does it write code. It also doesn't write in anything but JavaScript and Python. It does exceptionally well at those two things. You ask it any other language, and that's when it starts doing... Oh, look how long this is taking. My computer is chugging. Oh gosh, is it mining Bitcoin? I think it might have decided to start mining Bitcoin. It's single-threaded for sure because, like, it's pegging one CPU. We're at 10% CPU on one core. And it's still running. Oh, no. What does it do? What? I should have read the code. I should have read the code. I have no idea what it's doing, but it's still running, guys. Oh, boy. Oh, gosh. I can hear the fans turning. I didn't even go through it because, like, this was hurting my head too much. Look at this. If current subset red equals current subset red question mark plus plus current. So it's at least doing the same problem and summing instead of setting. Oh, this is a tertiary. Okay, so it's either summing it or it's setting it to 1. I think, unlike... Ooh. I just don't know what it's doing. What the garbage is this? Did it start writing in it? It's still running, guys. It's still going. Oh no, it's a while loop. And I bet you that it wrote a loop that won't end. I bet you... Oh, gosh. So it is taking the substring here, so it should eventually work through the temp colors. Right? As long as... I don't really know what it's doing. Should we just let one thread of my computer go and we move on with another another tab? Look at that poor 100% CPU. Poor CPU 29. Can everybody just say poor CPU 20? Wait. It got moved off to 13. Poor CPU 13. When Firefox is taking up less than your string comparison. Oh, guys. One Star Coder. I love this. Oh, okay. Let me start documenting. Let's start documenting how one star coder did. Also, Hugging Face. I actually love the work that you guys do and actually follow it. And I know that I poke fun of your star coder. And I also understand making one of these is hard. So this is all in good fun. Nothing personal. I hope you understand. If you want to talk to me about making it better, let me know. I would love to help make it better. One star coder. -2. Gets 1 star. The code runs. Not sure as to what it does, as it does not return. Possible infinite loop. I think it has to be an infinite loop because at this point it should have, I mean, there's only 100 records. There's only 100 records. So this CPU should have, even on a single thread, should have torn through every single, like, unless if you're doing something that has like O factorial, like if it's O of n factorial, if that's like, maybe even then my CPU should have gone through it all at this point, right? I have to assume that we could put a logging statement. We can stop it and put a logging statement in just to like, you know, we can just do this just to get like some feedback, but I can't believe it's still actually working. I'm going to cancel it and we're going to see. We're going to see that. I mean, oh, look at this. I see exactly what went wrong. Do you guys see anything? That's the problem. So it's, oh, is it just an empty space? Like if it's just this, substring won't actually give it any less, but it's also not valid. But they're checking for this too. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna call it failed. It hit an infinite loop. That it did. All right. The code was the inverse of clean code. Clean code is a bad word because like some people have specific understanding. I meant by clean code, inverse of effective code. Like even if it wasn't an infinite loop, this type of nesting and while like it just wasn't good code. Inverse of effective code started putting in random new lines, would not use. Okay. Scott, we're not in ads. You shouldn't have gotten an ad. I'm so sorry. We're 5 minutes away from ads. We're 5 minutes away from ads. I'm so sorry. I do what I can to do as few ads as possible. So, all right, let's jump over to yeah, this AI is down, Russell. I will move on. While we're at it, let's do hugging llama. Let's do some hugging. Let's hug those llamas. Let's make sure you have taken care of a llama today. Okay? I want everyone to go out there and make sure that their llama feels Feels loved. I did kill it. I killed it. I killed it with fire. Oh, stop generating. Stop generating. New chat. I didn't tell it to do it in JavaScript. In JavaScript, please write code to solve this problem can be solved using a combination of logic and programming. Well, thank you, Code Llama. Thank you. I'm asking for the code. now, I'm making fun of that, but I do like this. This is very, very good. Because like, if you were a new person, it's way better than this, because ChatGPT had problems and they didn't step us through the logic that we needed to do. So like, this is actually pretty awesome if it's right, but yeah. Oh, so Ida believed, did I not tell it how the, so it just stuck everything into an actual thing. This is wrong. So what they're doing here is the math.max is actually a good call on their part. But they're getting all of the ones from a game data, not for each individual color. Not of an individual color. And they're not parsing. Can you update this code to parse the games from a file? It switched to Python. It switched to... Wait, was this originally Python? No, this was in JavaScript. I asked if it could update the parse the game, and this is Python. It switched. Oh no! Oh, I can sign in. I have a sign in. That's all they want me to do. Okay, I'm signed in. Can you parse it from a file in JavaScript? Okay, so it's not following the conversation very well. All right, I'm going to copy and paste all of this code in just as a, but we're going to move on. We're going to move on to Code Whisperer. We're going to move on to Code Whisperer. I think Code Whisperer has a chance of doing something. Coding Llama, I want to say is not as bad, but this was pretty bad. Just switching language. I don't even know. This might be right, but it just rewrote it in Python instead. All right, we're getting to some ads. Okay, so I'm just setting up the next round for this. Let's turn off Copilot. Completions are turned off for that. Resume auto suggestion. Cool. Maybe day 3 should be Python. Yeah, let's do it. Day 3 Python. That's good with me. And you're right. Maybe I think it does better with JavaScript too. I think JavaScript, that's why I put this one with JavaScript, but I think you're right. Python's also a really good one. It's also a popular language that people want. So tomorrow we could do some Python today too. One of my hopes and goals was to see how they operate differently. And the answer is they operate quite differently depending on whether you're on Python or JavaScript or whatnot. Yeah, they deal quite a bit differently. If you guys aren't aware, all you have to do is follow, and you can get the emojis. So if you want a sad AI, I know it looks like a green elf, but that was a Christmas AI overlord. That's what the prompt was for the AI that helped me make it. It's not pure AI. There's some of my own artistic ability there. I cleaned it up a little bit, but that is what it is. All you have to do is follow, and you can have that beautiful piece of AI artwork, half AI artwork. Probably the half that looks good is the AI. My half is, I did the teardrop, and I corrected the snowflakes beside him, removed the background. I cleaned up his face because there was some like artifacting on the face, and I made his an actual frown instead of a line for a mouth. So I did quite a bit of work. I wish they hadn't used the word monad. I think the word monad is one of the worst things Haskell did to itself. I think that the word monad. Also, and I know that I sound really bad saying this, and I have this problem with OCaml as well. I've looked at OCaml because I've always thought that Rust with a garbage collector would be awesome. And everybody's like, oh, that's what OCaml is. I go and look at OCaml, and I hate the syntax of OCaml. I really do. And maybe if I get into it and using it, it won't be so bad. But the few times that I've looked and read, I can read it. I just feel like I don't want double semicolons. Like, that feels really stupid to me. But, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Haskell, I feel, is kind of the same way with me. I love the syntax of Rust. I really do. I think the syntax of Rust is pretty fantastic. Wow. Right off the gate. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's looking for the input text, so we'll just make a text file. I actually think CodeWhisper has the possibility of being the underdog here. They have made great improvements. Now, not Q. We tried Q. Q was garbage. You guys should see what Q did yesterday. So if you guys don't know, Amazon released Q during their big reInvent has been a big disappointment. Has anybody else felt that way? That reInvent is just a massive disappointment? All they've said is, hey, we have AI now too. No, you're supposed to be leading. reInvent to me was always, what's the future of data centers, of clouds, of whatnot. And today it was, hey, look, we have worse, crappier AI products. Pick us. That's what it felt like to me. I'm sorry. Maybe that's not what it felt like to you guys. But Code Whisper has been, I always lower my voice when I'm talking about Code Whisper. I can't help it. Has been getting better. Code Whisperer has been getting better. It was okay, and it's free. It's free. You should go use it. It's literally free for developers. So like, if you don't want to pay for Copilot, I think it's maybe to the point. Last time, it wasn't quite to the point where I would have suggested using it. I think it would have wasted more time. I think at this point, we'll see today. But I think at this point, it's actually there. It's actually there. Let's see. We're going back. Code Whisper. Cargo. Not cargo. NPM run dev. We have a problem. We have a problem. Red, green, blue, red, green, blue, green. It's made a mistake. It's made a mistake. Oh, it pulled the same thing ChatGPT did. ChatGPT made the same mistake that assumed all of them were in the same order. It's also parsing out blue. It's parsing out the wrong thing instead of it's flipped. It's flipped. So it's got the cubes, okay, and then here it splits the cubes on semicolon. Oh, it has screwed up. It's screwed up right here. So on the cubes, first you're going to want to call trim. We already learned this. But here on cubes, when it does this and it's calling map, it's splitting on, oh man, yeah, it's screwed up here. It's screwed up. I think fixing this would be writing a lot of code. It tried. I'm thinking 2 points because it looks like it tried. But basically, this is just wrong. And fixing this would be writing a lot of code. Man, no, I think it's 1 point. I mean, so, okay, I actually struggle with this when we're scoring. It's better than 1-star coder. It's better than that. And if we started like correcting this, it probably could help us and get this corrected. But it definitely was worse than ChatGPT. ChatGPT had just a few things and organized the code pretty well. I'm just going to say one star. It feels like a loss. I had better expectations of it. It was the Code Whisper. It gets to me. Okay, let's jump into Copilot and see how it does. Let's see how it does. All right. Give it a 2. Yeah. I don't know. Code Whisper was kind of close, but not really. Did not organize the code. Tried to do it in one long multi-purpose line of code and kind of failed. Like you could see that it was trying, you could see it was trying to do the whole thing in one line, which I don't even agree with in the first place. Even if you could have done it, all in one line. Like, it was making it a confusing line. And kind of failed at the logic. The other thing was, it was like just summing the number of times red, green, or blue. It wasn't actually taking the largest one. That's a thing that these seem to be getting hung up on. They keep summing instead of like getting the highest one. Was sucked into the summing issue we see rampant in AIs these days. All right. If it gets a 2, ChatGPT gets a 3 or a 4. I'm gonna do 3, 4. We'll see if there's an actual 5, something to do, or an actual 4. Okay, so we got this. Let's do it. All right. Let's turn Copilot on. Enable completions. I have paused suggestions. And we are off. Are we ready? Come on. I don't know why Copilot always wants me to do a new line in between. And you have to wait because it actually wants a new line here. Like, that's what it wants, is for you to do a new line. There's kind of a trick to using Copilot in this way. So Code Whisperer used to have a really big problem with closing. It wasn't able to finish functions. Oh my goodness, what are we doing? Oh, okay, I see what we're doing. I'm sorry. Okay, so all of this looks good. We're splitting the input up, parsing, we're getting the ID. I actually kind of like this. I feel like Copilot is the best one at this point. It's the only one that solved day one. Not in every language, only in one language, but it at least solved it. This is promising. So we split this up, we parse the ID, we get the sets, and we're returning the count and the color. This is very promising. I don't know what these consts are. So we'll put this as inputs.txt here, and we'll get them their input. Okay. So they're saying games.filter game. One thing I like about this is it's trying to use language specific features instead of just a while loop like One Star Coder. One Star Coder just busted out the longest while loop. They're trying to use filter, map, reduce, those things that can really make your code nice and clean. It also is demonstrating some ability to actually use the language and not just standard coding, but like actual JavaScript or things like that. All right, so we're doing filter here. Sorry, I don't know actual. actual JavaScript. I just want to make sure it's doing what I think it will. Returns the elements of an array that meets the conditions specified by a callback. So it's just setting some, right, it's filtering out the games that it doesn't want. And how is it comparing the games? Counts by color, game.set.reduce. So it's calling a reduce. On the set, which is the color and the string. So this set is a set of colors and counts, and if the set, okay, so this is saying the accumulation is this equals either the color or 1 plus, it's adding again. This is the same problem ChatGPT did. It's accumulating where it should just be the largest value, right? If I'm reading this right. So this is saying it's either this or this. I don't understand how this works. Can somebody enlighten me? Is this just saying like if this is a null, then it's this? Is that what this is saying? This is what I'm assuming it's saying. If that's the thing, what we need to do is we could turn this into a tertiary. I don't actually like tertiary because I have a general rule that I like one logical thing to happen per line. And then if you have and I say general, it's a general because there is some currying you can do. You can curry a little, and I think you can kind of say it does one logical thing. But tertiary statements generally break this a little. I think that you could do a tertiary statement here then and say, let's see. This equals this. We don't want to add it. Wait. This is like accumulating. Ew. I'm not sure we can make this work easily. So for each color, it's accumulating. We can fix that. So then for each of the colors, I don't know what every determines whether all the members of an array satisfy this specified test. So every color in the array counts by color. Okay, it at least got the right comparison here. It got the right comparison here. Let's just run this. Let's see how badly it does. Uh-oh. Return by no such file or directory. Oh, it expected it in source. My bad. That's on me. I'll take it. Day 2 JavaScript Copilot source input text. I did inputs text. Again, my bad. Corrected. 0. Yeah, I didn't think this was going to work. But I do think it got close. Do we want to correct this or do we want to move on? I feel like it's close enough to that correcting wouldn't be too hard. I honestly think that it is equals this. We just need to do if statements here. Because I think So then we could do something like if the current value if the current value, okay, all of this was garbage. If the current value is less than or equal to the set.count not quite right what I was thinking. We can just do this to the set.count, right? And then we can get rid of this. This is just the wrong statement here. Does this make us close to working? No. I think I don't understand exactly what it's doing very well. Yeah, that's not great. It's not parsing things correctly. We could check out the possible games here. Let's do this. So we'll console.log, we'll just log the games here. You know what, we're going to take out these. Actually, we're going to... how do I get it to print the object? How do I get it to print the object? That seems not what I wanted. Oh, I just want to log the game. Yeah. Okay, so this is kind of what I was thinking. It has screwed up more than just a little here because it's only keeping one. It's counting one thing. So it's not keeping track of all the colors. That was a little hard for me to understand with the reduce and the filter and everything going through. So I was taking a little time to wrap my head around it, but it's not this is not an array of colors that it's keeping track of. So what really needs to happen here yeah, this is not great. This is not great. It failed. It failed. The nice thing is actually this is goes all the way to the core of how it parsed the file, right? Because at this rate, it doesn't have the information it needs. For each game, it only has one. It needs to have two. You know, like it needed to actually break this into, like it was doing the parsing semi-correctly, but it doesn't actually parse all the different ones. And really it needed to parse this into games. So this is pretty far off, actually. Yeah, I think this is actually pretty bad fail. The parsing just yeah. Well, day one champion has fallen. And you guys said day 2 was easier. Not one person got day 2. Day 1 we got. Do we try a different language? Do we want to try Python or do we want to try Haskell? Or do we want to try to see if some of the less prominent AIs? My thing is, the other AIs do worse in general, and never once has ChatGPT and Copilot failed, and then one of those come in and actually do it. I think not once. Let's see. Code looked good. Leveraged filters and maps of the language better than others. Failed to parse the data even remotely correctly. And that pretty much screwed everything after that. There was no... Everything was based off of the bad way. Maybe if we had gotten it to parse it correctly, it would have generated the rest of it. But, yeah. All right, so what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? Do you want to try a different language for day 2? Do you want to try JavaScript and keep going? What language do we want to try next? Do we want to try Haskell or do we want to try Python? Those are your options. You know what? I'm going to give you guys that, and I'm going to go stretch and make my second cup of coffee for the day. So I'm going to go take a 10-minute break. I'm going to run the ads now since we have that. You guys let me know, and I hope that you enjoy this 3 minutes of ads. Do a poll. I will do a poll. Actually, that's a great idea. I will do a poll. Sorry, I'm not as good at streaming as some. I forget about these things. New poll. Our poll is, what next? Try Python. Try Haskell. Keep going with JavaScript. I guess there's a word count, so it's JavaScript. No T. No T. All right, I'm going to put the duration there for 5 minutes. And yeah, I will check the poll when I get back. And let me know what you guys want to do, and we'll get it done. And back. All right. Let's check out the results of this poll. How do I see poll? Here we go. Here we go. Try Python. That was the only vote. You guys are killing me. That was the only vote. One vote. All right, we'll try Python. That person wins. Look how easy you could have been in the top. All right, Python it is. Python it is. Oh dear. Try fourth. I think it was the one star coder. One star coder really wanted Python. It was like, I'll take your JavaScript. You didn't specifically say fix it in Python or in JavaScript. We're doing Python. Son of a gun. All right. Let's see. We're going to... Oh, that hurts me. It hurts me. Let's see. We need we need all the folders. You know what I'm going to do? This is a little gross, but we're going to jump over here. We're just going to dump these. They'll have they'll have a little JavaScript stuff in them. We can just clean that up. Watch this. All the folders now. Now all we have to do is delete that. Yeah, move that to trash. I don't know if this was actually easier than what I was going to do. Maybe not. I thought this was going to be faster. I question. But it's done now. Okay. Should we start with ChatGPT? Let's actually update our get it notes ready. Python. All right. Which one do we want to start with? I would open a poll, but I don't think people like polls. Actually, I opened a poll and I had 3 people leave. Look at that. I think they left because I took a break. But I'm going to blame the poll. It was the poll's fault. People got offended that I wasn't forcefully driving what they wanted to see. They wanted me to tell them what they wanted to see. They didn't want me to ask. Take a poll on it. Done. The poll's out there. guys are just voting yes. That was you, Russell. I know it. All right. All right. Let's start with Hugging Llama. Hugging Llama really wanted to do Python. So we'll give Hugging Llama its chance to shine. Its chance to shine. All right. Copy. New chat. Should I even tell it to solve it in Python, or should I just see if it solves it? I'm going to just see if it solves it in Python. I'm going to see if it's like, yeah, here we go. I didn't even actually ask it to solve it. I just gave it the problem. We'll see what it does. I mean, so it has the logic. Okay, it's just doing the logic. 1 second. I need to actually ask it. Can you write code to solve this problem? Okay, well, that is the... Uh-oh, it's summing. Let's calculate the maximum number of cubes each color. Oh, no. It's just getting the largest value. But look at this. It got blue twice. It's failed so hard and it hasn't even gotten to code yet. Okay, it got the right answer, but like... it also didn't do it in code. Okay. Can you write Python to solve this problem? I don't get what Y is in this. This is correct. I don't know. My spidey senses are not tingling on this one. My spidey senses are not tingling. Oh, we didn't do a code llama. Code llama. Hugging llama. It's Hugging Llama. So one of the things is it's not parsing it from a file. Let's see. Let's see if we can't ask it. Can you update the code to what are we saying? To Can you update the code to parse the data off a file? Out of a file, through a file, around a file, between a file. Does this even work? Isn't games falling out of scope here? Games need to be defined before this function, right? Or before this block. I don't know Python that well. Maybe this works. Maybe. I forgot this is Python. Take 2. I have to say this writes some of the most confusing code. I do need to quote this out. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I did a boo-boo. All right, we'll just run take 1. Let's see. It's still running. I mean, I know Python is bad for performance, but do we have an infinite loop in here again? For J in range, wait. For J in range of 3. Oh, because it's the 3 colors. For I in range of 1 through 6. Oh, is Python 1 indexed? I hate languages with 1 index. I know Lua is, and it throws me for a loop every single time. Every time. We've only printed this out. So if this loop was running again, it should print again. But we're stuck. So this didn't run 3 times. It's also only keeping track of 2 colors. I mean, this is just wrong. This is just wrong. We'll try take 2. I don't know where it's failed, like where it got stuck in a loop here. It should have printed this 3 times. Oh, wait. That's not where it prints the game. Where did it print? Oh, it's waiting for me to give it something from standard input. Oh, it was here. It was just waiting on standard. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let's comment this out and try take 2. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt that, you know. We'll just do this. We got to give it the data. That's fine. That's a reasonable request. Reasonable. Line 30. Okay, so it's splitting into nothing. Let's see. I mean, this is wrong. We can see from here because they haven't split on colon. They split on space and then split on space again, which is going to fail because this already split all the spaces. So there shouldn't be any spaces, right? Like, this isn't even close. I don't even know why I tried to run it. Okay. Well, coding llama. Hugging llama. Russell, I struggle with this. I struggle with this, Russell, because there's so much talk about the power of AI. And I struggle because, like, if you ask me, ChatGPT does some really cool things. Like, it actually is a cool technology. I think that you could help and leverage as a tool. But there's these people that talk about, like, it's like, because we have satellites, I'm going to talk about how, you know, we're going to the next galaxy and inhabiting a planet there because, you know, we left the universe or we left our planet's atmosphere. Well, those two things are very different. It's cool that we left the planet's atmosphere and that we have things like satellites and things like that. It's actually amazing and really useful, but it's also not us inhabiting another planet, even close. I've played the Surviving Mars games. I played them. I know how far away we are. Those are accurate. So anyways, I guess I was hoping this was, because I think there's a lot of fear that goes into it. And I was hoping that this would help people understand the limitations. The code was in Python this time. Let's do ChatGPT. This one, I have a tingling. I have a tingling. Start a new chat. Yeah, it's a really good predictive engine. Like, that's where it's like, man, I agree. It's a really good predictive engine, and it's amazing in what it does. Like, I can say it's amazing in what it does, and like how good of a like, if you told me that we had a predictive engine that could predict the right code in the right language, I'd be like, that is amazing, and it is amazing. It's also just not the end all be all. ChatGPT is maybe bailing on me. ChatGPT might be down. Might be down. ChatGPT is struggling right now with everybody trying to do advent of code. Can you write Python? Let me tell you, everybody. I don't mean to spoil advent of code for you all. That's not the purpose of this. Also, if you're leveraging the AI to solve advent of code, you're missing it for yourself. You're missing it for yourself. If you're doing advent of code, you should be doing it to learn and practice and things like that. And if you're going to just use ChatGPT to solve advent of code, did you learn anything? That wasn't the point. That wasn't the point. And be careful. I'm spoiling it. I am spoiling it. All right. Can you write Python to solve this problem? Yeah, and to be clear, I thought about doing these at midnight, like doing a midnight stream, but that wasn't my goal. And like I would be remiss if my score was blocking somebody that was actually trying to solve these. And I'm legitimately not doing that, like purposefully. If people would like, I can wait a day and we can do a day older. But like there have been lots of time to get this one done. All right. It's doing the game input here. This is fine. This is actually a pretty classic, maybe the biggest thing that differentiates Code Whisper and Copilot from ChatGPT. ChatGPT doesn't ever do it from a file. We're just going to do it with this. Well, I just want it to be clear for everybody that I'm not doing this for clout or anything. The reason we're doing these are purely educational purposes for us as a community to understand where it's a state of the union call for what AIs are capable of doing, what they're not capable of doing, and whatnot. There's nothing in it for me other than you enjoying yourself watching it and learning something. That was all I was trying to be clear about. They aren't Russell, they are not this is a accurate statement. They are not capable of doing Advent of Code. And they're not capable of doing the easy stuff. Day one was easy. I'm sorry, like, and it's okay if you struggled with it. That's not a problem because there's tricky things. There always are these tricky little things, and sometimes it's easy to get tripped up on stuff. But day one was not anything that a developer, I would say a junior developer, couldn't have handled. Maybe it takes them a little bit of time, and that's fine. That's actually why I never get to problem 25, because I never have the time to invest to actually solve them. Oh, and they will be in they'll be in 2 months when they retrain on them. Absolutely, but I think that's actually a really good point. They can't do stuff that they haven't been trained on, which makes them a really powerful copy and paste thing. So if you're asking it a question that it's been trained on, it probably can answer what you've asked. But if it hasn't been trained on that data, then it probably can't do what you've asked as well. So like I think that's a really powerful understanding of the state of AI. It's not coming up with original things. If you ask it an original problem, it fails at the original problem. And in day one, there was nothing original. There was no point of that required originality. It was just an original combining of the things or the way that you asked it. And some people will and have told me, well, you can just ask it differently. But my point is, then you're still being an engineer. It's not replacing an engineer, it's just helping an engineer. Because if an engineer has to purposefully craft the words that it says, it's just like writing in a language, like writing in Rust. You have to perfectly craft what to say to Rust, and Rust will understand it. You're just perfectly crafting what you say to the AI to get it to put what you want. And if you're doing that, then it's not a dev replacement. It's just we've been doing this for years, trying to make it. We like to build stuff, not write code. At least that's for me. I mean, I like writing code enough, but I like building stuff and doing interesting things. Code is a means to an end. It's part of the journey. And I like the journey, but it's not the end all be all thing. Like, that's actually a really interesting point, Russell. Maybe somebody can use it to see if coding ideas are original. If an AI can't model it, you might have invented something. Yeah, I say that though. I say that, Russell, but day one, what did it need to do day one? It just needed to parse a list, and it wasn't even an original idea. It got confused as to whether it needed to parse colons or semicolons and to sum them or just compare them. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future when they get better, you'll be able to. That might be a good way of doing it. Oh, we got another failure. All right, Python, ChatGPT. And this isn't a problem with my file because it's just doing it off of their stuff. Let's see, what line? Line 30. Line 30. We're going to have to jump around. So let's see. Line 5. Color in split. Wait, why is it calling zip? Wait. Okay, sorry. I think zip is a Python thing that I'm just too dumb to know about. Sorry. The zip object yields in length tuples. Okay, so I thought it was zipping the data. I was like, what the garbage is this doing? Never mind. I'm just an idiot. Okay. I was about to go off on it, like. Oh, yeah. Okay. Not enough values to unpack and cube split. So this. What does split work on? It's not splitting on anything. Like, okay, so in this, it's splitting on colon space, which makes sense. But if you just call split, what is it doing? And unfortunately, my Python IntelliSense is, it's interesting. It's working in document, but it's not working for what I'm guessing is a standard function. I don't think I need an import for it because it ran, it compiled. I can just, what does the Python split function do? I realize what it does. I just wanted like an actual definition. Okay, so maybe this is true, that it uses white space as a delimiter. Okay. I'm going to assume that is true. Yeah. Seems like it. Yep. Cool. Okay. Sorry. So it's not getting anything to split. Let's do this. let's go here. Python print to console to terminal. I forget. There's like 12 ways to do it. Just print. Yeah, because I'm an idiot. I just want to see what cube is looking like here. Cube is 1. Cube is 1. I don't know what zip does. I don't understand zip. The arguments to vars have a attribute, so the second overload can't be annotated with object. Use a type ignore to make... I don't know what zip does. I do not know. Yields tuples until an input is exhausted. So it just takes a group and makes tuples out of them. The zip object yields in-length tuples. Have any of you guys used a function like zip? I don't think I have. It's an interesting concept. So yeah, ABC range. I don't know. I am not understanding what this is doing, like this example. This isn't merging collections. So you give it zip of A, B, C, D. Oh, it makes tuples out of the... Okay, I see. So if this was... if config was red, green, and blue, if it would make a tuple of red, green, and blue with multiple... with 12, 13, and 14. Let's look at this really quickly. A and B, zip A and B. Right. It takes the first two, John and Jenny, Charles. Right. Yeah. Okay, so that's what I was understanding from it here. So in this place where it has config, which I don't know exactly what config is, it's going to, like, if config is red, it's going to do red with... If config is red, green, and blue, let's see what config is. Yeah, config is red, green, and blue. So the theory is this is going to make red with 12, green with 13, blue with 14. That's what this is, the cube counts. Okay. And then like this also makes sense because it's comparing it here. I got it. I get what it's doing. I also get why it's like zip. It's almost like a zipper. So I kind of like it because like it's like this one, then this one, then this one, and this one, then this one, and this one. It's like zippering them. It's funny that Vicky just gets left out. There's nobody for Vicky. Poor Vicky. So it just goes to the shortest of the either of them. Okay. So this looks fine. Let's look at what subsets is. Subsets is possible games. Comes through with games. Games gets... subsets get split by the colon and then splits by the semicolon. So they're taking the second one in the, as long as it Python is 0 index, right? Let's validate that. Python is okay, good. Python at least has one thing going for it. So we're taking not the game, we're taking the other thing, and then we're splitting on that, which is the subsets. Those are the different games. Cool. And we're getting the game ID out of this. Nice. This is looking good. So the subsets are these that come in here. And for subset in each subset. For cube in subset. So this, I think, is the wrong thing. Because what are they doing? Is this for every character? I think this would be like for every character, because a subset would be like this right here is a subset. So what they really need to do is do for every cube in subset dot split. Oh, was that was Copilot? That was Copilot saying, I know what you need to do there. That was very nice, Copilot. I think I'm going to give you half a point for this on yours. It needs to split by the comma and space, I think. And then we'll print the cube. Oh, I guess it was trying to call split. Oh, I think what it was doing for cube in subset iterated over every character. That's my bet, is for cube in subset. Since subset was a string, I bet it was going over every byte. Just boom, 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 boom. It was one. That was it. It was one character. And then you call split on it. Yeah. Really, you could have just deleted all of this and done split on the white space, but the white space wouldn't have worked because you need the comma in white space. So this was wrong. I'm just going to do this. Wrong. Not what I meant to do. I meant to do that. Just wrong. Okay, and then here we'll have our cube, and our cube actually, we still need to split on the white space. We actually still, this isn't actually just wrong. It just screwed up the first part. So I was wrong in saying wrong. My bad. Because now we'll have this, and then we need to split on the white space, or we should have this. We should split on the white space, and then we want the first one. Oh, which I guess this is making it a 2. It's decompiling the tuple. Okay, so this might work. This might work. Okay, this makes more sense. We're getting closer. Line 8 to 32. Okay, so 32. What's line 8? If cube color cube counts for the color, we might have this flipped. Oh, they did flip it. They flipped it. The count is the first thing. So let's do this. It was wrong. I told you it was just wrong. Just wrong. Oh my goodness. You guys just didn't listen to me and made me repeat it. There. 1 red, 2 green, 6 blue. That looks... I don't know which one it's doing first. 1 red. But those are looking right. Yes, 6 blue, 2 green. Yeah, 1 red. It's doing this one first. That's a little weird, but that's fine. That's fine. Invalid literal for int with base 10. It tried to do 3 blue, comma, 4 red. We've messed up. We've messed up. Am I just not smart enough for Python? I think that's the case. You know what? We need some chill music. I put my headphones on and they're just keeping my ears warm right now. Now, I tried to get Spotify Rust 2e going on. I tried, but it It did not work. It did not work at all. So let me log in over here. All right. Let's see. That was a wee bit loud. Wait, does that not go through to stream? Why does that not go through to stream? One second. No, that also. Huh. I am what some may call a pro streamer. Very, oh, that's horrifying. Yeah, very professional. I just need to hire an intern that knows how to do this stuff. You know what? This is how I want it. You guys can't hear it. I get to listen to it, and then you get to play your own music. That's exactly how it's planned. I've played desktop audio before. Oh. There you go. But I think that's just static. Yeah, that's garbage. I'll figure that out. If you guys want to listen to some chill elevator music, we might tomorrow. I won't figure it out today on stream for you all, but we might tomorrow. Since I'm streaming a little bit longer, I like listening to music. Now, I don't know, maybe people would prefer just to listen to their own music. And maybe this is the better way of doing it. Let me know. I would take a poll, but the last time I took a poll, everybody said they quit because of the poll. So I'm not going to do that. All right. I really know that they quit because they were ashamed of how good I am at Python. All right. We got into this weird state where... So at line 18 and 33, so 18. Oh, it's not parsing the game ID properly? Interesting. So this is the game input. You know what? On a serious note, if you can, I like to pick on languages. I do, especially ones that I'm not good at. But if you can make your amazing thing in Python, while I think that when you try to expand a team and have multiple people working on Pythons, the inherent natures of Python make that more difficult. And while I also think that you're also going to hit some place where you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars more because of the fact that you're on Python, if you are really good at Python and it allows you to make the thing that you wanted to make and it's good enough, then be proud of that and go for it. Yeah. Like now when I talk about languages and what I like and what I think they're good at, I talk about it as a large company. And when you're trying to expand teams and things like that, Python, I don't think excels at that. And when you're talking about how much you spend to run your code, and when that's an actual number, not just on your home computer, that is what I'm talking about. And so I hope that I don't hurt people's feelings that learn Python or Lua or JavaScript. Now, I do think they're garbage languages. I don't like them as languages. But I did, if it enables you to do what you want to do. Absolutely, Scott B. Like that's what Python seems like a great rapid prototype language. My daughter likes to use Python or Python derivative languages to program because she's just learning. And guess what? She doesn't know whether it's an int or a string. And that's kind of nice for her because it kind of just works for the most part. And it causes problems, but they're not big problems that her 100 lines of code matters. And so it allows her not to think. So it's nice for that. And she's actually gotten to do things because of that. Have I told her that I think it's a garbage language? Absolutely. Absolutely. She knows. She knows. All right, so these games are coming in from this. This is this. And for each game in this, it's splitting this game ID out by this. What does star, like, is this getting a reference or dereferencing subsets? Like, I don't get what this is. Again, this is probably my lack of Python abilities. I mean, it's a variable, I get that, but I'm trying to understand how this game ID here, it should be game, but they're saying that invalid for int 3 blue 4 red. Sounds like a YouTube channel about math. Game and games. What am I missing here? How did that become the first spot? Oh, I see what they did here, because it's actually on the first of this and then it's splitting. Oh, it's so stupid. All right, so what it really needs to do is it's trying to do too much on one line here. This is what I'm saying. Do one thing on each line. Unix principle. So it's trying to get the game ID, this, and it's also trying to get subsets of that game. It's trying to break out these three things in that game. So it's doing two things, and it's failing because to get the subset. So basically, we need to do this. Let's do this. This is of 0, and we'll do split on space, split on this, just a space, and we want the second out of that. Okay, so that is the game ID. That's the game ID. So we're going to take this Actually, what was Copilot doing? Oh, okay. So it was doing it in one line. Okay, that's fine. Let's just accept it. I don't like doing this in one line, but we'll accept it. So then we're going to split. We're going to do the same thing, but then we're going to do this, and that's going to be the subsets. Okay. Yep. We fixed it. We found it. I also encourage people to learn another language, because you'll learn even if you don't want to use it. Long ago, I learned F# and Haskell. And I couldn't sit down and write them both right now. It would take a little bit. But I learned to appreciate aspects of those languages that carry on. All right, we don't have to split here because we already split it out here. Wait, no. We split it into this. We still need to split it into red, green, and blue, though, right? Oh, there's ads playing. No, there's not ads playing. There's not. Oh. What was that? Oh, are pre-roll ads on now? They keep changing how I tried to do it where you guys get the fewest number of ads and don't get pre-rolls. I don't know that I've done a good job. I need to look at it because they keep changing it. They said there was something up for December and they wanted me to change settings to earn 155% more ad revenue, which came out to be like 20 cents for all of December, their estimate, because I make that much on ad revenue. And I was like, oh no, don't do that. But hopefully they're not giving you pre-rolls. So I'll need to check that. All right. So we're still, okay. So this is subsets here, is this value here, which we're splitting on that, taking the number 1 slot, and then we are splitting on the comma. So that should be 3 subsets. Okay, so it's right. This is a list. We can't actually do this on this because this is an array of 3 objects. So we can't split on the comma here. Oh, no, but then we say for subset in subsets. So this should be a string now, right? Oh, interesting. Because if this right here is getting the right subset, which it should be, let's actually just print the subsets out here. I'm a little confused as to what's getting in there. Wait, we're already... So, sorry, this looks like what I thought subsets was. This is just the subset. So here we're saying subsets equals the splitting of this, and we're taking the second thing, which should be all of this, And then we're splitting that by comma. So this... It's a double list. Why is it a double list? You know, I don't care so much, but that seems weird that this would return a list of lists. Why would split return a list of lists? Is it just me or is that weird? It could just be me, and that's fine. I'll accept it. I'm just going to do this. Just, that might fix it. Cool. I got the right answer that way. I still don't know why split would return a list of lists. That doesn't seem like what it's supposed to do. But I think part of it is trying to do this in one line. But that shouldn't have... It's a comma here. This should be wholly unique. I mean, I could break this to a second line. And that shouldn't change anything, right? Oh, is a star a unpack operation? Oh, I thought it was like getting a reference so it wouldn't copy on passing to the function. 100% that's what I was thinking it was. Like saying don't copy this. I may be just an idiot. That's okay. And now we got to go up here and fix this because this is probably correct now. Oh, you learn something new every single day. Sometimes it happens to be about Python. Sometimes it happens to be about Python. And that's okay. You just got to accept it as it is. All right. Okay. So this was fairly close, but it was not correct. And I just want to document what we had to do. Had to update logic to get game ID. This was right for the most part. And then this was flipped. It really wasn't that bad. It was close. It was close. I'm going to give it 3 stars. Close. It didn't sum. So it wasn't summing. Yeah. And then its logic was fairly straightforward. Broke it into functions. It into functions. Needed 2 small changes. We just had to get the game ID out correctly and flip the count and color. Flip the count and color. And correctly parse data. Not bad. I'm not going to run it on the whole data set. It got it correct, this correct, and it's not reading it from a file. So like this would be a pain to actually do, and I could add the logic to read it from a file, but it's good enough. We got the point. We got the point. All right. Let's do Copilot. Copilot needs to be tested. This is a fantastic song you guys can't hear. Just wonderful. The last one struggled so much that I crashed your computer. God, what did you do? You should share that code. You should share that code. I'm now interested in what you did. Or are you saying my code? My Python is rough. My Python is rough. Now, I have to say that I've been trying to do some animations, and I've been ping-ponging between Motion Canvas and Manum. And I've used Manum for a couple. Manum actually maybe makes more sense to my mind because I don't do... So Manum doesn't make it look like it's a web element and do all of that, which I know if you're really comfortable with web transition, it seems to be amazing, but I'm not. And so the web transition's always... a Flexbox and how they are going to lay everything out, I end up fighting with more than I end up enjoying. So Manum, I've gotten a couple animations for the database index. That's what I'll be working on tonight. I'm hoping I'm going to release the database index video while I'm gone away for work, since I won't be releasing content then. So I won't release it next week, but I think it will be done and ready. I'm excited about it though, because I put a lot of work into it. I took what we did and I really worked at refining it. I know it took me like a month, but I don't know. I hope people like the more refined videos. I'll make fewer of them. What I think I'm going to do is I'll do fewer of those, and then I'll do some quick, easy ones like the Mighty Mini Mondays, where those are fairly easy to produce and are really just a screen recording or something, so that there is more content than once every 2 months of the other ones. But then do every 2 months do like a bigger, more well thought out one. That's the idea. You guys can let me know how it goes. Okay, so we have our Copilot here. Let's get our question. Yes, I can make a multi-line comment in... Oh my gosh, Copilot. Really? Wait. This is Copilot, right? Yeah. And Code Whisper is paused. It's recommending part 2. The elf is impressed. You must be a great puzzle solver. Oh, I was going to be like, if they had already trained on it. Okay, but they didn't. They didn't. Okay, so this is not... This is probably... There's always elves involved, so this is probably just from another one. Copilot seems to be getting caught up on... on part 2. It knows that it is a Advent of Code question. What is this comment? Is this a special comment in Python? I've never done it before. I'm not saying it's not. It just wants to do pound %%. Uh-oh, it just repeated itself. It just repeated itself. I feel infinite loop coming in. Should we stop or should we see if it decides to print off? Like actually finish? What I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat a little. I'm going to cheat a little to see if it... Let's see where we are. We parse the data in. We get the possible combinations, colors, counter, append colors, possible append colors. I don't know what the re module is. Regular expression. Okay, that makes sense. Find all, it's using the regular expression. I don't think this is going to do what... I know that this isn't going to do what it wants. It didn't parse out the game first. So the game is in here. Also, it's just appending all of them. It's not actually checking them against whether it's a actual possible game. This is just a hard fail. Copilot has fallen. It was doing so good from part 1. Like, it's not even worth it to try it. Like, ChatGPT was close. Sure, we could fix that. Whoa. I'm only fixing them if they look like they're really, really close, just to understand how far off they were. And somebody that knew Python pretty well probably could fix ChatGPT's really quickly. Whereas Copilot's is just far off, missed, parsing the game, failed to provide logic to see if it was a possible game. All right. Code Whisperers up next. All right, we got to disable CodePilot. Disable completions. Resume auto. Should we try Q? Now, previously, Amazon Q was convinced I was trying to build a weapon. I'm guessing it was because the word trebuchet was in it. I'm guessing the word trebuchet made it assume that I was asking it how to build a weapon, but it would not answer me. It would not answer me. And it was telling me that I was breaking the terms of service. I'm sure that... I hope they review that. The Q knows the elves are evil. Can you write Python to solve... Q seems to be like, how do I spin up a EC2 instance? Q seems to be really bad. Honestly, I've been trying it out just a little bit. And if you need help with Amazon specifically, this works. This seems to work fine if you're struggling with that and you can't Google. But like Google is just as good at giving you these results as Q is. Like it seems dumb. And then if you're like, in Python, how do I write a function to add two numbers? It will work. It will do this. But you do anything more than this, and it just flops over. A guest AI? Absolutely. Are we ready for a guest AI? I don't have an emoji for a guest AI. Perplexity Labs. Aren't they... Isn't this a llama? Oh, they have Code Llama, but that's not llama. Should we do the... Which one? Should we do the 70 billion? Let's try the 7. We'll do it with the 70 billion too. Let's give it a try. I'm not going to give it a category unless if it gets really close. Like, we're not going to record... What? I'm sorry. I don't even know. I think that it's on a different screen. That's why I like start scrolling through the screens, but it's just in a different tab. In Python, how can you write Python to solve this issue? It's fast. It returned fast. My goodness. That was a breath of fresh air. To solve the problem, we can use Python to analyze the given information. Well, hopefully. Let's see. It did this. That's fine. Target. Yeah. Is game possible? Possible games. It didn't get it. This would be wrong. It was close though. This was really close to what ChatGPT did with the target config and zipping. It's missing some stuff though. Let me try it with the 70 billion. Can you write Python to solve this? All right, this is starting to look at least like it's trying to solve the issues. Let's see. Possible games equal game for game in game. I'm sorry. That just reads really rough. That is real Python. For game for game in games. If is game possible. Game. Oh my gosh, which game is it? Oh, it's this one. It's this one. Okay. Is game possible? Game red, green, blue. So I'm assuming these are the red, green, blue values. But this isn't going to parse it out correctly, right? I don't think this compiles. This can't even be proper Python, right? We're going to do it over here really quickly. Yeah, invalid literal for int. Like it's not parsing anything. Like it's passing in the max values here. And it's saying for game in game for game in games is game possible. It's passing in the game, which should be this whole string because it didn't deal with anything. It did fail fast. So you're saying this is AI is a good modern startup tool? Is that what you're saying? Fail fast? I feel like that's what you're saying. Do you know what I just realized? How do you guys not hear my music? You guys heard my Discord alerts. How did I break it? Oh. It is working. This is not a great song, though. It was just really quiet. Man, it has to be really loud now, though. I don't like that. Whew. 1 second. Let's get a better track. I don't know if you guys would prefer just to listen to your own music, though. So that's also still an option. I don't know why I didn't think it was working. Maybe it's just too loud. I actually like it really quiet in my headphones. But it seems like it needs to be kind of loud for you guys to get through OBS. I wonder if there's a filter on that. Huh. 1-star soundtrack. Yeah, that was not a great soundtrack, but I do like all of these. So there's a guy named Harris Heller that makes all of this that you can stream for free. So like it's cool that I can have this as background music and I can listen to it. I think that's pretty cool. So that's nice of him. Can I not just turn down my headphone volume? Sometimes, Russell, the things you say make a ton of sense. And like if I had thought about them, there's this knob over here. I could turn down my headphone volume. And it would be quieter for me and not for you guys. Just like that. Just like that. But I'm not always brilliant when it comes to this type of stuff. I'm not always thinking about those types of things. Let's find something. I want something a little upbeat. This album's called Neon. I don't know what neon means. He needs to be a little more descriptive. There is a album called Mocha. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know. Here's one called Ambient Gold. Oh, that neon's part of that. We'll just leave it for this. We do know that you do tend to have a ulterior motive. You give me enough right information that then I end up blindly trusting you on something that I shouldn't have. That's what you do. I mean, like, it's your plan all along. Is this a good volume? I can't tell how loud it is for you guys. Like, is it overly powerful? It just meant to be like something in the background. I can also turn it off if you guys prefer just to listen to nothing. Okay, it's a good background level. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, let's see if AWS can do a little bit better. Oh, it's the Code Whisperer. Let's see if the Code Whisperer can do a little bit better. Maybe with the music, I can't be a Code Whisperer. Don't let people tell you you can't be the Code Whisperer. You can be the Code Whisperer. Come on, Code Whisperer. Oh, I didn't turn the Code Whisperer on, did I? No, I did. Currently running. Come on, Code Whisperer. Okay. Okay. We got some code. Now we are really turning. We are doing things. Okay, so we opened a file. We did the strip for the line in F. This is good. I'm wondering if it wants me to, like, actually start down here, maybe? Come on. Okay, just wanted double. It wanted good spacing. That's what it wanted. I mean, it's thinking of readability, and this double new line is super easy to read. It literally wants double new line. That's what it wants, and we're giving it what it wants. We are giving it everything it wants. Oh, we are coding now. We had a little bit of a slow start, but we're going. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm going to try to help it. Now this is pod racing. I'm going to try to help it. I'm going to break it out. No. Can I tell it to... There's a way to tell it to get another... What? How to get another suggestion from Code Whisperer. Can Q answer something about Q? Is it self-aware? Alt period. No. Alt period. Wait, what was control? Generate using Copilot. That's cool. I didn't know that existed. Alt period will cycle through. Alt C. Yeah, that's not working. It could be that it just only has this suggestion. Let's see. I'm going to delete these. We're going to see what this did. It didn't print anything. I am in the right file, yes. Oh, do I need to run the main function? Do a Python main. Do I have to do like main like this? No. I thought the main function would just run. But I think it's a script. So I think what I need to do is do this right here. Main. And just call it. Right? I think that's... Because this isn't like an init. There's no like init to the script. So I think maybe that... Okay, I think that was the issue. I think you can do like... I think there's a special... Don't quote me on this. I think you can do something like init or something. Something like this. I am not a expert. All right. Main.py, line 32. Line 32. Where are you? Wait. Oh, I didn't give it a... Okay, this one's on me. You know what? I take credit for the times I screw up. I screwed up. I did. You're separating screws. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Invalid literal base with red. Okay, so this I think is doing the same thing the other one did. It flipped the red, the value with the distinction. What line was that on? What line was that on? 41. It's this. For num in cube. For cube in cubes. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh no. I hate Python. Okay, so what's happening here is that if you look at it, this is one game. And so they're splitting the game out, which this is right. Wait, why is they doing -1? Game ID... I don't know what -1 means in an index, but I feel like this can't be right. Unless if this is like the last value. If this is the last value, if -1 goes back in the list, then this is fine. I never do this because there are other ways to get the last value, but it's okay. Then the problem is they split here on this for cubes. And so this is cubes. Oh, and then they called split again on cube. Wait. This is cubes. They called cube here. Wait. Okay, so they split into the multiple games. Oh, this is cube.split for every cube in cubes. So this should split on the white space. Right, so what they're doing here is they have split it out to 6 and blue, but not that 6 is the value for blue. This is pretty wrong. This is pretty wrong, but it seems to be somewhat correct. Negatives do go back from the end. Okay, I kind of half guessed that. I literally never use this. It could even be a thing in the languages I do. use. I've literally never done this. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what it's failing on. It would be a decent rewrite. Because it's getting red. Because it's breaking it up into 1 red, 2 green, 6 blue. It's not comparing, it's not handling the color at all. Yeah, it's not handling the color at all. All right, Code Whisper, fail. Failed to... I mean, it failed on multiple levels, honestly. Failed to... It parsed the file, I guess. We also had to have it try a second time. And then it got stuck here as well. Let's make sure we document that. Started repeating itself. Failed to solve the problem. Failed to take into account the colors. All right. So far, Python has not been the... Should we try 1-star coder? 1-star coder should be quick. We tried Hugging Llama. We did not try 1-star coder. We did not try 1-star coder. Oh, this is the output. I want the input. I think you're right. We can talk about that right now because I feel like we need to change it up some. Because I feel like they can't even handle... I can't... They're not even handling this. I'm gonna laugh if 1-star coder just busts this out. Oh my gosh. Do we need more tokens? Or is it done? This is all one function for parse input. One thing that we could try to do is we could go through and try to reword these. And like we could take out, there's a lot of stuff like this. You're launched into the atmosphere. Remove that. Remove all this about the apex of your trajectory. And then we could reword it to just being the thing and take the elves and all those types of things out of it. We could do that. That would be one idea of something to do to test. The other thing that we could do is one video that I want to release is making an application with Rust. And we could actually try, everything seems to have supported Rust a little bit better. We could try writing an application with Rust. And we could do that with a couple applications. Honestly, a command line application with Rust and Go wouldn't be hard. That's what we're going to start with, is a command line application for Rust and Go. So we could do that. What are your guys' thoughts? I would make a poll, but the last time I made a poll, you guys left because of it. That's what the poll said. It's also kind of open-ended. I'm kind of disappointed, honestly. I thought the AIs would do better. We haven't even gotten to a hard problem. We haven't... We could try to do something where, like, I've never written OCaml. I have looked at it some, but I could try to write something in OCaml and see if it's good enough. OCaml's a hard one, though. I could do, like, because, like, it's probably not trained very well on OCaml. I could do one that's, like, more popular, like C#. I could try to do something in C#. That one's maybe not fair because I have written C#. It was just a long time ago. I could do it in Python and see if it can hold my hand through writing some Python. Not completely fair. I write in Python. Not very much of it, as you can tell. Not very much. Reduce the competitors and rewrite the problem. That sounds fine. I'd like the idea of... Let's see. What have been the best ones? I'm going to say that Copilot and ChatGPT have been the best so far. Copilot solved day 1. ChatGPT almost solved day 3 or day 2. Yeah, ChatGPT almost solved day 2 on both of them. And then on day 1, Copilot did 4 stars. People have said 5 stars. I'm going to do 4 5 stars. And yeah, okay, they all failed at Rust. But so we could take the top performers, ChatGPT, Copilot, and maybe Code Whisperer, and try to rewrite the prompts, or maybe just ChatGPT and Copilot. Honestly, those have been by far the best. And rewrite the prompts. And see if we can't make them work for the problem. Okay, well, that's what we'll do tomorrow. They are the 2 OpenAI based ones. Do we want a not OpenAI based one in the pool? Do we want... We could do... All right. Okay, I'm going to put it up to a vote. Don't leave because I'm making a poll, okay? I know your tendencies. What non-OpenAI AI do you want? What non-OpenAI do you want in day 3? We have Code Whisperer. We have Cody. We have Llama. Code Llama. We have Cody, Code Whisperer, Code Llama. We have 1-star coder. 1-star code. While making this poll, I cannot see chat. That's a horrible design feature. Oh my goodness. Which is the newest? I think Code Llama. Like, Llama's been out for a little while, but the coding variant hasn't been out. There's the Perplexity Labs, but that's also been out. We tried that one the last round. Let's see. There's the Code Llama. I've just been using the Llama 2. Oh, this is the Llama 2 chat. And this is the Code Llama. We could try Llama 2 chat. I'm going to put this poll up. If we think of another one, we can redo it. Yeah, pressing tab 200 times is probably not great on my carpal tunnels. I like the idea of doing Code Llama or Llama. I like the idea of doing one of these. Code Whisperer does require me to keep pressing tab. Q wouldn't. If I could get Q to answer. So if Q could answer, but it just chokes. When you ask it the big question, it just chokes. If you ask it how to add two numbers, it does great. It does great if you ask it really small questions. How much does GitHub Copilot X cost? I don't know that I can get Copilot X. Can I get Copilot X? Because it also allows me to ask the big question. It doesn't come with just Copilot, does it? How do I get Copilot X? I have actually plenty of time. I have marked off, let's see, it is 4 o'clock my time. Dinner's around 5:36, so I have like an hour and a half. Let's see. I don't have Copilot X, right? Oh, maybe I can ask the questions here in Copilot chat. GitHub Copilot. I can maybe just do it here. Do you want to try doing some on Q? Yeah, let's do it. I mean, we've pretty much identified that as is, the AIs can't do it. As is, the AIs can't do it. So we might as well move on. We can hit our head on the same brick wall and try some more. But like, I have not seen anything work as well as Copilot or ChatGPT. And so I think that we're just wasting time, honestly. We're just wasting time. Ooh, you know what I want to see? Can I have this open, which is wrong. What if I just do fix the problems in my code to Copilot? What is it going to do? Also, I do want to let everyone know that nobody is sponsoring me for this. All my opinions are my own. And I also am not paying for any of these, but they didn't give it to me for this. They gave it to me because I work on open source. So. Well, that didn't work very well. Thanks. That didn't work very well at all. It doesn't do what the comment asks it to do. Okay, let's try this on Q. Let's try this on Q. Can I make this bigger? Can I embiggen this? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, there we go. Now you guys can maybe see. All right, we're gonna write it in something different than this because this is gonna be small and we're gonna go do some engineering on it. We will engineer it over here. Go back. All right, we'll do it out over here. Actually, that was the question. I don't know why I just deleted it. All right, let's You launch high into the atmosphere. We can delete this. I'm just going to hold delete until we see something that we need. The apex of your trajectory, just... People want llamas? Okay. People want llamas. So, code llama will be in tomorrow. Just barely reaches the surface of a large island floating in the sky. You get... Blah, blah, blah. It's quite cold, but you don't see much snow. An elf runs over to greet you. We don't need any of this. We don't need anything about an elf. He'll be happy to explain the situation, but it's a bit of a walk, so you have some time. They don't get many visitors up here. My goodness. Excuse me. As you walk, the elf shows you... Okay. Let's remove elf from this. I'm sorry. Whoa. I don't usually sneeze twice in a row. Sorry. I might be allergic to... I was looking at my two little boys' cats are over there. It's probably them. Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't know. Okay, so we have... This is where we can start rewording. I'm going to make it just a tad small. Okay. And some cubes with... Okay. There is a bag and some cubes which are either red, green, or blue. Each time... There is a game with a bag and some cubes which are either red, green, or blue. Each time you play the game... Each time you play the game, there are a secret number of cubes of each color in the bag. Yeah, there are a secret number of cubes of each color in the bag. And I think they worded this specifically to cause AI's issues. I think we could actually reword this to make this clearer. But we're going to get the basics out, and then we'll go back and reword it and make it clear. And your goal is to figure out the information about the number of cubes. Okay. To get information once the bag has been loaded with the cubes... I'm going to say a random set of cubes will be removed and shown. Oh, you guys got rain? So it was really cold. Like we were well below 0 Celsius. And now today it was like 50 Fahrenheit, which is like 15, 20 Celsius. It got really warm and is raining. Random set of cubes will be removed and shown and then put back in the bag. This will be done a few times per game. You play several games and record the information from each game, your puzzle input. Let's rewrite this to from each game, and this input will be in a text document. Each game is listed with its ID number, followed by a semicolon separated list of subsets of cubes that followed by a semicolon separated list. I think that they worded it this way for AI. This is a when I read it initially, I was like, oh, this is a little confusing. You know, like followed. You have to almost be a human to understand what they're saying. Each game is listed with its ID number, like the 11 in game 11. Like, why did they do it this way? They could have said each row. So I'm actually going to start. I'm going to start this down here, and I'm going to just rewrite this. Each line each line of the text document is the game. The game ID and Russell, I get that. I like it's terrible that people with AI ruined it for other people. Like honestly, that's terrible. People that are actually trying to do it, like good for them, and I feel terrible for them. I bet you they took each one of these and ran them through AIs just to validate that the AIs weren't going to do. It didn't even get day one. Couldn't get day one. Oh, the travesty. Advent of Code is kicking AI's butt. Russell, I don't either, but I feel bad for the people that do it, like that are trying for it. Yeah, honestly, Russell, there are people that like try to go fast, and those competitive programmers I can't compete with. So I never try, but I'm saying for the competitive programmers that like that's one of the things they do. I feel bad for those people, not for me. I'm too slow and dumb. It takes me time. I have to let the question set for a little while. Then I got to figure out what language. I got to set up an environment. It takes time. Each line of the text document is a game. I'm trying to write this in a better way. Even how they did this, like a colon then separated by semicolons. I think this data was specifically designed. And I think, honestly, you were talking about day one being harder than other day ones. I think it was specifically designed in a way where you got the data in a unique-ish way. Yeah, like I think you can see it throughout this. You can see it throughout how they gave you the data, how they worded the question. I think it's brilliant. I love this. If you're from Advent of Code and you worked on these and you'd like to talk about them and you'd like to talk to me about them in front of a live audience, please contact me. I would love to talk to you about it. Okay, so each line of the text document is a game. The word game followed by its ID and a colon, like game ones, followed by a list of subsets of cubes that were revealed from the bag. Followed by a semicolon separated list of subsets of cubes that were revealed from the bag. Separated by commas. I'm not writing this any better. Holy crap. Separated by columns or commas. This is not better. This is not better. Each line of the text document is a game. The word game followed by its ID, and the line starts with the word game followed by its ID and a colon, like game one. Followed by a semicolon, separated list of subsets of cubes that were revealed from the bag. Each subset. Yeah. Okay. So each subset is a list of the number of cubes of each color and is separated by commas. We'll have to try this. We're going to have... This is actually a good learning experience because maybe this is not the way to tell... maybe this is not the way to do it. I don't know. I feel like I'm too verbose. I feel like there's a much more direct way of stating this, but this was confusing. Each game is listed with its ID number. Like, I had to look at the example to understand what they were saying. After I looked at the example, I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And even then, they didn't say that it was comma separated. Like, they didn't describe it in fully. I think mine is bad though, I think. And maybe this is fine. You know, maybe this is the right way. How they did it. And maybe it was the elf talk at the beginning. For example, the record of a few games might look like this. So the goal of the game is to figure out which games would have been possible would been possible if the bag contained 12 red cubes, 13 green cubes, and 14 blue cubes. All right. Should we try this on cue? Should we try this on cue, or should I work it a little bit more? Should I do a little more massaging? As a lot of you know, I am not the fastest dev. I think that's actually also a fair statement. There are many more faster devs. All right, we'll try this one. You're building a case? No, that's good. That's good. Get to that. You were talking about building a computer. That's awesome. I'm glad that you are. You write Python to solve this problem. So previously, whether this is correct or not, Q just choked on the problem. And I think that had a lot to do with there was a ton of garbage. All of this was basically garbage. You know, talking about the apex of the trajectory just barely reaches the surface of a large island floating in the sky. This is storytelling. You could obviously just copy and paste like from here, which might have worked even better, might have been enough. Function to add two what? The garbage. Here's one way to write a program to solve your problem. The function to add two numbers? What? Oh, I asked up here. Let me get a clean chat history. Ooh, that was rough. Can you write some Python to solve this puzzle? I mean, it sounds like it understood the problem. Let's get this. Oh, okay. You know, we are going to make a new place for this. We're going to do day 2, but we're going to do a new folder, and we're going to call this, what are we going to call it? Prompt engineering. Q. Actually, I meant to make this is not as much of an like this is fine, but I actually wanted to do it in here. New file, prompt engineering.md. Okay, that's good. And then we're gonna jump over here. We're gonna copy this. And then we're going to open a new folder. Day 2, prompt engineering, right here. We're gonna do new file, main.py. We're gonna slap this in there. Uh-oh. There's red. It didn't write us actual code. It's not compiling. But for Q, this is actually the first time Q has been able to respond to our question. So this is an improvement. It at least attempted. Let's see if ChatGPT can't do it. You know, I realized I was over here in the Python, in the Code Whisperer one, editing this. Let's see if another AI can't tackle this problem. While we're waiting on that, we're going to flip over here to Copilot chat. Can you write Python to solve this problem? Can you write Python to solve this problem? What GPU did you get? We're going to change this to rename. This is going to be Q. Then we're going to do Copilot. And then we're going to do ChatGPT.py. Oh, sweet. Let me know how it goes. I just have a lame 4070, I think. Pretty sure it's the 4070. I thought it showed your GPU in here. I guess I was wrong. It's a 4070. Are you going to try to do some machine learning stuff on it? So this is actually why I went with the 4070, was because it had the widest support for AI stuff. So I'm hoping people like the 4 days before Christmas, because I have a couple challenges that I've been working on. One is like a capture the flag. I think it will be a lot of fun. So I'm going to be doing a hacking challenge, and you guys are going to get a hacking challenge. Then I have an ML challenge, and you guys are going to get an ML challenge. I think it would be tons of fun. Like, that was the idea, is like we have this thing. And next year I want to do it even better than I did it this year, or I'm doing it this year. But like, I want to have it where there's like these challenges to learn. And I have some advanced and beginner challenges. So I want people that are advanced not to take on the beginner challenge, unless there's no beginners to take them on. But yeah, that's why I went with NVIDIA, because I thought that it just was the easiest to support. I wasn't going to have to, well, I won't say I'm not going to have to struggle with drivers and whatnot, but I might have to do it less. Sorry, I know that you're trying to work on your box, so you do that. I'll stop asking you to type. You should let me know, though, how you like it for it. Let's see. I said propped engineering. This is some propped engineering. Python q.py. Yep, we knew that was wrong. Copilot.py. It wants an input text. That's my bad. I didn't give him an input text. Oops. We'll remove the new line. Failed. Copilot failed. And ChatGPT failed. Okay. We can review them. Q just failed. It's just wrong. Q just is wrong. At least this is all compiling code. Well, compiling code. Okay, so they took vastly different approaches. ChatGPT didn't read from a file like instructed, but at least it did this. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Did you guys see that? Look at this. See real world examples from GitHub. What the garbage? And it even tells you the repo and everything? Do you guys see this? It doesn't do that with every possible thing, but I think it's probably like any built-in function. That I think is awesome. Sorry, this has nothing to do with AI, but I think this is amazing. Sorry. So I just noticed that, like, if you go to Split right here, in here, you can click on the see real world examples from GitHub. And this is like, they literally have the repo and like the code chunk for strip in Python. I think this is really cool, especially for somebody learning a new language and you like open up a project, because I learn by looking at other people's projects a lot, like for style and whatnot. I'm sorry, I just thought that this was really cool. I had never seen that. And it looks like it's for everything. Like everything built into the language, obviously. And it even allows you different signatures of int. Oh my goodness. And yeah, it gives you the repo right here. Yeah, documentation can be really rough to read and like understand how people would leverage it and stuff. I don't know if other people, but I think that this is really nice. Like really awesome. Like, oh look, here's the base equals. Oh, it's a base 16. I see how people are using it. Cool. Is interactive. I don't know what that. Oh, nice. Go's docs are the worst. We just like hating on Go. I think I want to I want to figure out how they do this, and I want to do it for Vim. I want to do this for Vim. Maybe there's a thing that already does it for Vim. You know, a lot of times I'll like go to definition, but being able to pull up like actual, yeah, I like this. Anyways, sorry. I got super sidetracked. All right, everyone failed with the prompt, but they failed a little bit differently. Q just failed to actually make compiling code. Q's code doesn't compile. Copilot's code compiles. Let's see where it went wrong. So this was Copilot. TJ writes the Kodi NeoVim plugin. Okay, that means I have to learn Lua, doesn't it? I mean, I've used Lua. I wouldn't say I know Lua. I've done a little bit in Lua. That actually might teach me NeoVim a little bit better, though. Oh, you can write the plugin in Rust? How do you do that? Do you just like load the Rust in Lua or something? I wouldn't know how to do that. Or do you... I thought TJ wrote OCaml mostly. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought after all the stuff happened, he was like, screw Rust. I'll just make everything in OCaml. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll have to try to catch one of his streams. Because I really like this feature. I think that being able to go and it's not gonna work now. Being able to see examples is awesome. All right, Copilot failed. Game ID draws split on it's splitting on colon, not semicolon. Wait, what? That was Copilot. And this was on line 10, yeah, right here. Okay, so oh, that seems to like it should work. Game text. Where is this coming from? Oh, it already split here. Ew, okay. It already split it here. Yeah. So it doesn't need to do it again. Pretty sure SourceGraph was using the Rust as the... Oh, really? That's cool. All right, this is a classic problem that I've seen them have, is they switch the red and green, or the identifier and the actual color. This actually looks right. Because it's the color and then it's the amount. But this looks like it's saying... Well, let's see where this was. Line 17. Oh, this is parsing the game. Okay. It's splitting on space, and it's the name. Oh, the name comes after. Yeah, it screwed it up. It flipped it. Game ID is not defined. Line 20. Game ID isn't passed in. I mean, so this is really close. We can fix it. But it's again close, but didn't actually get it. Closer than a lot of things. All we really need to do is keep track of the game ID. We could either just pass it in, parse it out here and pass it in so that it could return it, or, we could handle it. That's fine. And this logic looks rudimentally correct. It's comparing. Oh no, it incremented again. It incremented. Okay, so some of the same problems. Let's check ChatGPTs. Let's check chats. Okay. All right, so let's run ChatGPTs. Line 3. Failed on line 3. Is game possible? Was called here. With cube counts, which is called from here, which is getting cube counts from here. Wait. Why was I tracking cube counts? It's the game that was the problem. Okay, my bad. For game in games, if is possible. All right, it's splitting on the colon space, which I think is fine. Yeah, it's colon space. Good. So then it's coming here. And what was this error? Too many values to unpack. Expected 2. Line 3. You expected 2. All right, so color and count for count, color and ooh. So this is getting just a string. I think what really needs to happen is split needs to be called here because it's going to break it up on the spaces. Really, honestly, it should be comma space. We don't want the comma or the space, so we'll call split like that, which will give us an actual subset instead of whatever it was doing. I don't think that fixes it entirely, but I think that gets us closer. Oh, wait, this is giving us a list. Oh, because this is like a list of lists. Almost positively guarantee you that's the solution. Okay, we get it to run, but it's wrong. It does an exact comparison, which will always be false here. So it also failed. But this is maybe better? I don't know if this is actually even better. I actually think it did better with all the elf shenanigans. All right, new idea. What if we just leave it as it was, except we remove the front garbage? We'll remove the front garbage. And elf shows you back. Okay, so can you solve this in Python? We'll see. It's going to explain the whole thing to us first. Oh. Does this look much different? It looks a little different. It looks a little different. So let's try it. Still not unpacking properly. Oh, this is weird. It's on the game ID. Let's see. Line 10. There should be a colon. There's no new line. Checking that one. I accidentally did that to the poor AI. Couldn't handle it. Okay, so they open the text. Game text as f.read. Oh, they're already splitting it here. They did this last time. This is literally in line with what they did last time. Look at this. In Biggin, they did the split dot colon here, and they did it here. Copilot. It's called shooting yourself in the foot. And the problem is, if you remove this from here, it expects to have the game ID here. Sorry, Python. So now it can't return the game ID. But let's at least just validate the logic. I don't want to rework this whole thing. It's incrementing again. Again, it is accumulating, not checking for the highest value. That's a problem. So the logic is bad too. So we need to rework how we We failed. It's probably at us. And our fault. We weren't smart enough to ask it the right way. Let me put this in, let's see. We're going to write this as try prompt engineering.md. We're going to make this day 2 try 1. Try 2. We'll have to make another try. So, let's see. It's 5. It's probably good for me to get going. It's probably good for me to get going. It's been 5-ish hours. I had fun. I hope you guys had fun. I hope we had a little education. So tomorrow, we'll start with prompt engineering and see if we can't figure something out. After we spend an hour or two prompt engineering, we'll start at noon, just like we did today, which is like 5 UTC. Once we work a little on prompt engineering, if we can't get that to work after an hour or two, we can talk about what we'd like to do. Think about what you'd like to do with the AI games. We have time devoted to this. We can do like actually writing an application, switching between some of them, getting them to do stuff, or we can try some other experiments. I'm happy to try, happy to try doing some prompt engineering on more real world cases, like building an application. Let me know. Liquid templates. If you can get day 1, part 2 prompted, that'd be cool. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. We'll start with prompting. I'm interested to hear what you mean by liquid templates. Liquid templates. Do you almost mean like prompts that you can like put your own variables in that will do pretty well? Shopify. Ooh. What do Shopify, like website templates? Isn't Shopify just like a selling thing? What? If you'd like to give it a try, I think we'll have time. Like, if the AIs were chewing through this, I'd be like, okay, well, we'll move on. Or like, we don't have time because we're actually learning stuff. But I feel like the AIs have been defeated. So at this point, we have time set aside to actually learn other things about the AIs and where they do well and where they don't do well. So let's try liquid functions. There will be a Rust version and there's at least 2 C# ones. Great, let's do it. Let's try to write a little Haskell, see if it will write even a little Haskell. Let's do some liquid templates. We have the time to explore. I mean, it will be late on Monday and Tuesday, but and Wednesday. No, not Wednesday. Not Wednesday. But yeah, we have the time. I made the time. We're doing the AI games. So far, they all just failed. And we'll use this time to learn and explore and understand. And I will make a video out of how to properly... What I'd like to learn, what I'd like to take the next couple days and learn is how to properly leverage these. Like, can I at least help people properly leverage them? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It will feel familiar to Go templates. Oh, okay. I kind of like Go templates. I feel like I probably shouldn't admit that. I kind of like Go templates. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everyone for joining. Have yourselves a fantastic rest of your day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.